right? Because you spent days and weeks to prepare that speech. You iterated it 1,000 times, you dry run it 1,000 times, but then all that comes to the one moment where it's real and where it matters. And that moment is a pretty nervous one. So what can help with that nervousness is the biggest possible support that you can get, right? And that is your cheering, right? So when each candidate comes in, make sure that you jump off your seats, you give them all the support that helps them, get rid of that nervousness so that they can deliver the best speech possible. Okay? I have the timer here. You guys know when 15 minutes are over, we're gonna start clapping. But now we welcome the first candidate. The order was agreed by both candidates. And we will start with Johnny this time. And I want you all to start clapping. All right, please give it up to your MCP candidate, Johnny.
And yeah, I want to basically go into this opening speech and talking about 3 points. In a second. I want to talk with you about basically something about myself and about what I'm believing in. I want to talk with you about where I see the essence and where I see the relevance of AIESEC. And I want to talk with you about where I want to see AIESEC in the future as Christopher Lind, and how I feel to be part of AIESEC right now. And for this, I brought you again my biography from my opening speech. But don't worry, I will not go through everything about this. I just want to go at the end more in detail about this part of my biography, my first time abroad. But for this, there are a few remarks needed in the beginning. And this is basically the beginning of my life, 1997, with a really good and supporting family. I think they're also watching right now. And in 2022, we moved from a bigger city in the near of Wuppertal, I don't know if you know it, to the countryside of Germany. And I have a question. Who of you believes they grew up in the countryside? All right. Who of you believe a village is around 2,000 people, more or less? Here I present you my village. So this is basically the village where I spent the most time of my life. Kettenhausen near Eitenkirchen in the Westerwald. Basically, a really beautiful place, a really calm place, a really empty space. Somehow there living 200 people. And I want to give you also a few remarks about how it is to grow up in the rural side of Germany. And at the end, I think something which is normally really great about Germany is that we are a really diverse country. It's not really the case there. So that is not the case there, because normally we have 27% of people with foreign roots, and in the Westerwald they are just 5%. There are also a lot of people who basically born there and stay there for their whole life. So there's really less going out of your own comfort zone and being at other parts of the world, or even living in other parts of Germany. And I also experienced by myself, or not as a victim, but a lot of high tolerance of racism. And this is basically really present everywhere there, and it's also really present in the school, the Gymnasium of Hertie. And I want to give you a few examples from things that were more or less really normal there. So you maybe know the quotes of "Ich bin kein Nazi, aber," but these are really things that happen, especially in the conversations with middle older people. And for example, I still remind one mother of a good friend of mine saying, "I'm not a National Socialist, but with the Arabs you need to watch out." Or something, when we was driving with the bus out of this region to another city, there were coming the police control, and 2 policemen came in, and they basically control one person. They control one person, the only person who don't look German, and without even somebody complaining about this, they were saying, don't come with racism right now, I cannot let all black people go. And another aspect, for example, I was working in a restaurant near my school, and there always on Sundays people came together to drink some beers and talking about the world. And they came to the analyze after shooting in Munich some years ago that the person just did it because he was half foreigners. And example also from my school themselves. So we had once like one of our music teacher found it really funny to stand himself in front of a person who looked like that they come from Africa and saying, you don't cross here, Fabio, the boat is full. And two things that was really shocking for me about the experience all of this, that, I mean, I having a privilege of not being able to get attacked from racism, but I'm pretty sure that even in this room and in this whole country, there are a lot of people that are. And I think this is a shocking aspect of this. And the other shocking aspect is that there, I think also nobody says something against this. So this always happening, and nobody say you cannot say this, or nobody in this bus say you cannot do something like this. And I think this is something really, really awful. And I want to go right now in a how to talk over to another example, an example of the person who did something against this also in the region. And this is him. This is my physics teacher. His name is Mr. Neef. He was a development worker in Cameroon in the beginning of his working life. And he also came back to Germany to become a physics teacher, and he built up a cross-culture encounter project. And he built it under the motto, what I really like and where I'm still feeling really attached to when I'm talking about cross-culture exchange, that one understands the language of the others. And this was something when I was 16, I was applying to be part of this project, which also happened, where I was really happy. So I got selected to basically travel to the north of Cameroon, to the Presbyterian High School of Kizongabang. And then it was going. I was sitting the first time in my life in an airplane. I was sitting the first time in my life going out of Europe. And then coming to Cameroon, sitting in a car going 13 hours on something I would not really consider as a street to the jungle. And I had a huge culture shock. Because for me, it was basically the experience of that you were get used to a certain living standards for of your life, and then you're going somewhere else and you realize this is not the case. This can be connected to the living situation. This can be a situation that you need a bucket of water to put your trash in the toilet down, or also this aspect of that you are responsible for making your own food in the evening because you cannot go to the supermarket or something like this. And and another thing is the aspect that there was basically an encounter group of people from the Presbyterian High School themselves. We were 16 people from Germany, but also 16 people from the school there, and we always was working with them all together. So we were focusing on doing a musical together. We were focusing on going, giving the school fluent water. And this was really cool, but it also was really challenging because there were two really different perspectives on work and how to deal with this. I still remind this aspect of when they say, okay, let's do it tomorrow, you always need to ask me tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. And I think this was something that I still have in mind. But it was really beautiful because you really understand with the while how these people, how we're working. You really understand to like this different perspective, to taking your learnings out of this. And I think this is something really, really cool. And at the end, this whole project was also a big thing. That's me. It was a big thing for our region because there would come a lot of donations together and a lot of material. And we even had a car that we was shipping down with a lot of material donations. And when we were selling this car, and some days later, we had the material and all the money to work further together. And we were a bit confused in the evening because we had one security person who was taking care of us. He had like a house for girls, a house for boys, and a house for teachers. And in the evening, he was not there. We were not really worried because, we were feeling safe. But in the night, they came in like two people inside of the girls' house with the machine gun and the machete, and taking one really good friend of me out of this house with the machine gun in the back and going to the teacher's house and say, you need to give us right now all your money, otherwise something will happen. And I'm really, really happy to say today that nothing happens and nobody gets a physical damage because giving them the money or donations like 15,000 euros and all materials and stuff. But everything afterwards was also really shocking because we were 48 hours back in Germany. We were directly going to the airplane, taking the next plane on the next day, and coming back after a story like this. People realized in media, in conversations, and in a lot of things. And for me, everything that happened afterwards get summarized in this sentence. Then people say, this is obvious when you go to Africa. So why you don't expect this? So why you're not aware that this could happen? And this was not only connected to, okay, this is maybe a country with their more worst security situation. It was really connected to, hey, these are like die Schwatten, die machen sowas, so that's how they say in Germany. So really things connected to the skin color. And this was really, really shocking for me. But something that was more or less really enlightening is that there was a group of people who was not thinking like this, a group of people who not had the same perspective from this. And this is not because they not had it 4 weeks ago, maybe, but it was basically this group of people. And also, I think the person who had the worst experience out of this also was not thinking of this. The families was not thinking about this like this. And at the end, I'm telling you this because of something I think you as AIESECers more or less already know. It's about what you can learn when you're doing a cross-culture exchange. Because you can learn really that every person is equal. And I think every human normally would also say that, but you really understand it. You really understand that it's not about the skin color, the nationality, the sexuality, whatever. And you also really understand that every person comes from another perspective, but that you also really learn and like and work with these people and really understand that it can be really enriching to learn out of this. And something you also really learn from my perspective is how to take leadership about your own life. Because when I think today, and this group of people, where was this? This was the people who was moving out from home, who were having an open-minded perspective on the world, a group of people who also take the most ownership for their life and how they structure this. And I think this is extremely powerful. And at the end, I'm telling you this because I believe exactly this experiences and this learnings out of this is what is the essence of AIESEC. Because we as AIESEC, providing practical experience in challenging environment that should enhance this cross-culture understanding, that should enhance this and really have this power to make our society better. And I really believe that this is needed because it's relevant. Because it's relevant to do this, because the problems of racism in the Western world is not only there, this is also in other cities, in other places of Germany, and something where we as AIESEC really can do something about, because we are working for a better future for ourselves, for our communities, but also for the whole world. And this is why I'm also standing here today and applying for MCP, because I also want to work on an AIESEC which is more huge, where more people are, where AIESECers also want to stay. And in general, AIESEC, where we can work again this more purpose drive on a better future, where we can create more impact and also more exchange. And an AIESEC that has again a better reputation in the German society and where we can work with more partners. And this is basically something I wanted to tell you with the speech, also what makes me proud to be standing here, proud to be part of this entity. And given the fact I have still time, I want to finish this opening speech with the shout of this entity. And I hope you don't let me follow this. So, proud to be AIESEC in Germany! Yes! Thank you so much.
All right, that was a very good clapping. Very proud of everyone. Good job, guys. And I don't want to take too much of a break before we come to the next next candidate? Can just someone tell me if the next candidate is already ready?
I think he is getting.
Who's getting the next one? You. All good? All good. Okay, guys, so it's the second candidate, so you might think, I already did this, no, I know how it goes with the clapping and so on, but you know it's a science to it, and it's not. So let's make it even better, and let's make it even louder for our second candidate, Daniel. So guys, let's start with this. All right, please welcome the MCP candidate, Daniel.
In my life, I think that's all right. Oh, you already started. I mean, yeah. Thank you very much. Well, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit nervous standing in front of you. I've been imagining this moment for the past 1.5 months, standing in my room, talking to my furniture. But this is not the most nervous I've been in an AIESEC context. I have been in the fun team before. And I think that is the most pressure you can ever have, right? Especially with Fernanda in the audience, the top crowd. But I have you for a whole day now and not just 5 minutes at the end of the day. All right, let's get into it. Before, at the beginning, I really wanted to get everyone also watching at home, like up to date of who I am. You probably know, I think you should know, but I'm just gonna briefly tell you about myself. I'm Daniel Dietrich, that's me. I'm 23 years old. I study management and technology in Munich. I have German and Chinese roots, but I grew up in Switzerland. I struggled up with the question, where are you from? And I have deep identity problems that you can find in my biography. The values that kind of make me as a person are freedom, kindness, curiosity. Those I mentioned in the application, and also humor. I think if you know me just a little bit, I like to make people laugh, and I like to make myself laugh also. Exactly. I also want to take you a little bit through my AIESEC journey so you understand what experiences I've had over the past 4 years actually now. So I joined around 4 years ago as a finance member in AIESEC in Munich. And I was a finance member for a little bit more than a year. I then got elected as SVP Marketing for the term 2021. I joined as my LCP. I had a quick 6-month stint as social media manager in the MSC, where I also got to work with Maria. And then I became LCP Munich for the term 21-22. And finally, right now, I'm in the MSC again as team leader brand. And I think I don't want to spend too much time talking about who I am and my journey, because you read probably all about it already. Today is about me showing to you that I'm a good MCP candidate, the best MCP candidate here today. And I think central to this is, and I think I know that all of you are thinking about this, is can you be a good candidate or can you be a good MCP without having any prior MC experience? Right? So I think it's very central is this position that you don't find in my AIESEC journey. And I'm not gonna lie, in front of me I have the people with the total overview of AIESEC in Germany, right? In front of me, I have the ordinary membership of AIESEC in Germany, both current and future one. And you guys know everything, like compared to me, right? We have the MC here who has a total overview over the entity and their functions, and the LCPs current elect with total overview over their respective LCs. So compared to you, in a way, I know nothing. But my goal today is to make you guys think, wow, if he can come up with this without having been in the MC, what can he do if he's actually MCP with a team surrounding him? That's my main goal today, obviously. There are two more goals, smaller goals, but still important. Because some of you might be sitting here or watching at home and might be thinking to also apply for MC in the future. And I think I also need to show and convince these people that I make a good choice and to get them excited to apply for MC in the future. And last but not least, and this is already going into my motivation to apply, is to start a discussion, to plant a seed. Because I think we're facing big struggles in this entity currently. And I think we need a little bit of a fresh perspective, a breath of fresh air. And I wanted to share with you, and use this opportunity, because now you have to listen to me for the whole day, to bring in my vision for the entity, my ideas. And I knew that I would very much regret not using this chance to do this today, if I didn't apply. I want to take you through the process throughout my application, because I learned a lot. And what I started with is not what I ended with. The ideas I had at the beginning were not the ones that I had at the end. And I questioned a lot of things, because I wanted to go from the very, very bottom of what we do and then build up from there. I questioned our purpose. I asked myself, are we a leadership organization? Are we delivering leadership experiences with our main operation? And I asked myself, what is our purpose in today's world? I questioned our culture. I saw that we're not really working together effectively in a good environment. And I questioned, what is our organizational culture? What is culture itself? And try to understand this. And ask myself, what should our culture be? I also question our strategy, because I feel like clearly things are not working out. So the question is, and I question what strategy is. I really wanted to understand the core meaning of strategy to be able to set my own strategy and present it to you today. And I think I want to focus mostly on our purpose in this speech. We have more time to talk about the strategy and the culture later. And I think at the core of our organization and at the core of our problems, I think still lies exchange. And it's the thing that I feel like we're not talking about. I see that the MC is also already making this shift and focusing more on exchange, and I welcome this, but I really want to go further. And talking about something is just a very simple thing, but I think it shifts attention. It gives it focus, it gives it purpose. And I think that's what we need, because essentially, our main resource as an organization is our membership. It's not just our membership, but actually the time and energy we all are willing to sacrifice for what we do. We're essentially an organization run by purpose. But why is exchange important in today's world? I needed to answer this question for me so I can actually come up here and be confident about going for this position, for committing to this position. And I see currently a polarized world, not just within countries, but also across countries, across cultures. We have leaders and media that point fingers, that highlight the negatives in others. And I think it influences us. And that's not what we need right now, because we have global issues around the world that no country can solve on their own. And we need to work together. I lost myself in my thought there. And I think that's what we contribute to as AIESEC, is to have a young generation, a generation of future leaders that have a global outlook on the world, who understand the value of working together across cultures, who have a fascination and an interest for how other people live. What I think the world needs is not leaders, more leaders who point fingers, but leaders who build bridges. And that was very central to me. That's why I am applying for MCP. Because I truly believe that what makes us great as an organization is not how much we can do for ourselves, but how we can impact others, and with that, the world. So, this is why I'm applying. I'm looking forward to talking more to you and with you throughout this whole day, to lay down my strategy, the culture I want to see, and answer your questions. And, well, I would say see you soon in the strategy speech. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good job on the channel, guys. I'm really proud of everyone. We have another 15 minutes break until 45. And yeah, see you after 15 minutes.
Don't leave the room this time.
Oh.
Only bathroom and return the ballot if you need to go to the bathroom. Also, Jana and Nastia, please come to the front. We need to take another thing.
Can we play a roll call?
Okay. Are the candidates ready? Good. So now what we do is we talk about strategy, right? I was just I like to build models in my mind, and I just realized, you know, when you look at a candidate, another model next to lead, manage, and represent can also be the golden circle, right? Like what is their purpose? Is very present in the opening and closing speech.
The people who went to the bathroom, you didn't get your balance back.
I thought
Oh, Simon.
Don't worry. It also made me, it was a good one because it made me remember that I'm supposed to kind of stand here. So the opening and the closing speech tells you a lot about the why of the candidate, right? The strategy speeches tell you a lot about the what. What does the candidate actually want to do with AIESEC in Germany over the next year? So they are usually important for two reasons. First, because it is talking about, you know, where does the organization go from their perspective, what will their plan be? But it also gives you the space to ask questions, which gives you very real moments and, you know, tells you what the candidate actually thinks to the questions that you are asking. So we will have 25 minutes for the strategy speech, and then followed by 20 minutes of a Q&A. I will set a little bit of expectations on how the Q&A works after the strategy speech, but it will be very simple. So this is the second speech for the day. So you might feel already a little bit, I did all this clapping already. I don't know if I still have enough energy in my arms, but it's equally important, all right? So let's, we are starting with Johnny. So let's do it the same as before. We were very good before. So let's keep that performance and start. All right, please welcome your MCP candidate, Johnny.
Yeah, welcome to my strategy speech, and to quickly present you about what I want to talk today, strategy. So we prepared this more content-heavy speech, and I will try to be as structured and as clear as possible, and also the invitation to challenge me afterwards in the Q&A or the class around on it when you don't understand something. This maybe can happen, I hope not, but yes. I have a question in the beginning. Who of you know this building? Okay. There's not too much people, so that's good. This is the headquarters of Der Spiegel. This is in Hamburg. Der Spiegel is one of the biggest German newspapers. A newspaper that has over 850,000 circulations every week. So a lot of people are reading this. And at the end, after I researching for the speech and researching for the strategy overall, I found an article. I found an article from Der Spiegel, which I think somehow really good summarized the problems we as an organization have. So that we become smaller, that from the perspective of the society, we are losing our meaning, and that we are losing the way on how we are working with our partners. And I think two things are really interesting about this article. The first, that it's 20 years old. And that 20 years ago, we sometimes also have the same problems already we are having. But I think something that is more crucial, where there is a difference, is that after talking with our partners, with people from board of advisors, and having this perspective on this as a political science student, I can clearly say that we would not have the reputation and meaning for society right now that the Spiegel would write an article about it. And this is something also where I came to this conclusion of what I present you also in the opening speech, where I want to have an AIESEC again, which is again bigger, where AIESECers want to stay, and where we are really focused on the impact we want to create and doing again more exchange, because this is what our essence also about, but also that we clearly do action steps to work on the reputation of AIESEC and work on the way and how we work with our partners. And I have a disclaimer at the beginning of this. I want to make it really concrete. I want to present you a direction and give you concrete action steps how to reach this. But this is also not fixed, because I also believe that an MCP cannot present everything and give a whole strategy over this. This is something where, when you will elect me, we need to work together on in the next half a year, where we need to work with the future MCP on MC team in total on. But that we're having a concrete idea how this direction could become possible, I will try to make it really concrete. And then second disclaimer, I will try to speak really honestly about problems I see. I'm not doing this to give anybody the fault about these problems. I'm doing this to make out of the problem a challenge and a way how we can move forward. So let's talk about the first thing. AIESEC, which is bigger and where AIESECers want to stay. And I have in the beginning some data. Back then, when the Spiegel article was written, we had still 60 AIESECs. Right now we have 34 or even less tomorrow. And also back then, we were the biggest student initiative of Germany. Right now we are in this group of student initiatives with VDSE, the third smallest. And also this graph, you maybe already know it, this is the development of our membership in the last years. And also when we're stabilizing more or less, we are still in the plus minus 100 every year. And also we are far away from having enough members to really fulfill our structures and fulfill the way or how we are. And I was asking some of you in the beginning for input. So you send me messages, voice notes, and I tried to select the insights you get to this problem. And I also really want to say that all the insights are really valid and was helping me a lot to prepare. And I try to consolidate them, so to break them down to an essence. And for me, it's that we have at the end too few members. And this is members also too unexperienced for leadership positions. Which is not the fault of their members who step up for leadership position, but that they are not educated enough because we have too less. And the other part is also that we have less time capacities than maybe people had 5 years ago, and that we have an unclear priority on how we as AIESECers use them. So what is the way forward? So how we can make out of the problems a challenge and something we can address. I will present you right now basically 3 different action steps or goals, how to focus on, and some ideas on what are action steps to reach it. The first one is that we need to work on our EB and TL. I think that's one slide missing. Let's see. Well, we need to work on our EB and TL plan because it doesn't help us right now when we are working on, when we are getting 500 new members, because when we not have people who are leading these teams, it doesn't help us. So we need to proactively work on getting this education about the standards, how to lead the team better. And this education that proactively also searching for. We, in general, also need to develop the services that are getting offered to this position. So this means network management services, but also in general work on making these positions more attractive. Having more soft skill courses, but also working on how can people work remotely or how people can be on holidays. And the other aspect is also that we constantly need to focus on positioning these positions also from national side and having a constant national partner strategy to do this. So the next aspect is 100% recruitment. Okay, one slide is missing. I'll take the slide in between because there was also a slide about retention. Because at the end, it's not help us to have a retention that every person dropping out that too many people dropping out every month. And this is something where we need to focus in general also on, in general, have the education on what are the standards we are delivering for a membership journey inside of AIESEC. Because we have the system, we have MX standards, we have, in general, a lot of knowledge in this organization about team capacities, and we need to give them more space that people can learn more about this and that we can actively work with this. And in general, we also need to improve and review constantly how we deliver education in local education circles and national education circles, but also in how we use our conferences and having a review of our conferences. And when we have this base, this more stable membership, we need to work on our recruitment. Because like I said, we also need these new members. So we have 2 less members, so we also need to recruit new one, and we have a more stabilized membership. For this, at the end, I can summarize all of this is we need to put more focus on recruitment. We need to see recruitment more as a challenge where everybody in this organization needs to work on this talent. Because often it's still a work of TM people, of marketing people, but having a recruitment where we do all together, we need to block this time in the time of other functions. We need to work all together there, and we also need to adapt the timeline in a way that every LC can work with this timeline. So having the days in the beginning of the university constantly also planned to recruit. And in general, having also more focuses with putting more UR relations for recruitment and in general improve the amount of money and the investment we have for this. And this all should end up in having again 900 members by the end of June of 2024. And of course, this is a huge step, but I think it's a really necessary step and where we also really need to put a huge investment inside to come up with this. Because this is the base, this is the first line of my strategy that we need to improve the amount of members we're having to fill our structures and in general the membership journey and the quality. Next one. Next problem is how we can again put more purpose drive inside of our organization and creating more exchange in the big. You may know the slides already from the asset session on Electro. This is the development of our exchanges in the last year. And you can see COVID was a huge fuck up, but also when the situation of the pandemic become better, we become a lot better, and this is a problem. And this is not the only problem that we have an education gap on maybe how to do this throughout COVID. There are also other problems. I also again asked you for insight, and these are basically the insights I connected to this problem. Let's consider. At the end, like I said, through COVID, we have an education gap where we're having knowledge on how to also convert our people. We have an AIESEC that is at the end to really a priority of our members because it's also somehow unclear what we are doing for some of our members. And we have in some aspects an exchange what we're offering where the quality is too low, so what expectations that we need to improve. So what is the way forward? The first move forward is that we need to ensure that every member of this organization know what AIESEC is doing and why we are doing what we are doing, and that they also found their own intrinsic motivation of being here. Because we are a volunteer organization, and without that this is there, why they should do something for us. And for this, we need to make sure that at the beginning of every journey, we're doing a blue course and the kickoff again to ensure this for everyone. And somehow we also have always the question of, do this organization go in the exchange direction? Do this organization go in the leadership direction? And for me, it's really clear that this is in the combination, because as AIESEC, we are developing leadership to provide an exchange opportunities. And this is something that is set for this organization since decades and something we really need to focus again. And also we need to improve what an exchange means. We need to give more space for hearing EP stories. We need to go more on exchange by ourselves. Because also in AIESEC 10 years ago was just that our members can go on exchange. I don't know if you know that, but this is also something what we also need to say as AIESEC members, that we also want this experience by ourselves. And the next point is that we need to work on the conversion. Because I see that there's a gap of knowledge how we really can convert our people. And at the end, every person who should want to go on exchange with us should have the possibility to go on exchange with us, and we should not lose these people in this conversion flow. And for this, we need to focus again on improving this knowledge, having national sales campaign, having external workshops, more practical simulation where people can really train this. We need to use, because the next year gives us again a lot of opportunities. We have international conferences, there's IC, there's RPMs, there are MCP summits, where we use actively more to having our IRs also connected to personal connections. Because this is something that also was missing throughout COVID and something what we can do. And with this, we can also improve the expectation setting with the more to improve the quality of it. And at the end, this is by purpose written, kind of wrong. We need to improve the quality and the quantity of our consultant. And with this, I not mean the people who are brave enough to take on for this position. We need a whole strategy how we can give more value to an NSB position. Because this often ends up in okay, we are here to executing actions, but we need to focus on how this can become a leadership experience, a learning experience, and where people really striving for being in the industry. And like I said, this is a course that is needed, but something that won't fit in 25 minutes additionally. And at the end, we need a higher quantity of actions. And this is something that's also hard to talk about because I know we also have a super stressful life by ourselves. But when you look and when you analyze the years of 2017, 18, 19, they were so successful in recruitment and in operations overall because they simply did more actions. And this is a reality we really need to see. But for this, we need to have also the reality that we maybe have less time capacity. And for this, we need to see on how to find the balance of spending time in touch points and spending time in actions. Because at the end, it's not help us to report about something when not something happened, but on the other hand, we also cannot lose the routine of our touch points in total, but finding a better balance is from my perspective. And at the end, this is also on how we want to see this. Because at the end, when we are seeing ourselves as an exchange organization, everything what we should do should contribute to this. And I think we also need to increase more the meaning of challenging. Because when you're an AIESECers, this also should be challenging for you. So this also should be something because otherwise we are not learning. And with this, I also mean standing in front of, 200 people for lecture presentation, but also this aspect of having the routine of looking every day on Podio is a learning experience because with this we can learn routine and we can learn structure and we can learn how to work in the future. And at the end, we need to reintegrate our membership criteria because in the compendium, there is written down what the member should do and we are working way too little. And maybe also this membership criteria need to review, but we need to start to focus again on having this criteria, having this expectation setting at the beginning with every member on saying, hey, you can become AIESEC members, this is your expectation you have towards you. And this should all end up in grow and exchange constantly by 100%. Because this is in development, we need it. Maybe we cannot be at 1,500 exchange tomorrow again, but this is in development, we constantly need to push to be there again in the future. And this is the same. And this is by purpose also most near to essence, because I believe that exchange is also the essence of this organization, but also that there are more things we need to follow. Next problem, how to focus on having more partners and better reputation in German society. One disclaimer about this point. I believe that most of these action points are something we need to work on also from the national side. And this is also why I suggest to have a second MCP to address this problem with more capacities. And this is something that should not load extra workload inside of the local reality, beside of some points, but I would say indeed. Because I've brought you two examples. Back then when this article got written, we still had an IC in Germany, and this was under the patronage of the German Chancellor. And we are far away from having this context and politics and business to making something like this possible. Back then when the Spiegel article was written, we getting yearly 500,000 euros from the German government to support what we are doing. Right now we're getting 80,000, and I think this is also something where we see how the meaning from the German government, also how they see us and how's our reputation is decreasing. And there's another aspect on how we're working with our partners. This is development from our NFP in the last years, and something where we also clearly see that we having people who dropping out of companies who dropping out of our work. This had a lot of different reasons, but this is a development we need to stop and a development we need to work on, because these people are extremely crucial, not only because of our financial sustainability, they also give us the opportunities on doing more exchange with partners, improving IGTA, but also in general have the way on how to work with the business. And giving also every person inside of this opportunity, inside of this organization, opportunities like on a conference, to go in a workshop of a company, etc. So this is really, really crucial to stop this development. And I also ask you here for what do you think are the insights, where we need to work on, and what are the problems we have. I tried to consolidate this as well, and I came to two conclusions. The external world has the wrong expectation setting about us and what we offer. And this I can also say from my experience on work on an exchange before my MC term, that I meet a lot of AIESECers who had completely wrong expectation setting on what they experience there. And more having the experience on AIESEC is a is the most professional company ever and not a student organization. And the other aspect is that we are not professional enough but mainly because we are too unconvinced of what we are doing, and we are doing too less to improve this reputation. What is the way forward? The way forward is that we need to review and update our brand. At the end, in our brand, there's rarely you see things like cross-culture understanding. You rarely see that we are a news organization. When I would sign up as an EP on our website, I would see this as we are a professional company, but maybe we are not. And maybe we also not need to be, because I believe our use key is that we are offering as young people for other young people cross-culture action. And this is something really special, because you only can go on an AIESEC exchange meeting other students group from this university at some place on the world. And this is something that also needs to make more clear, that not exchange is our USP, not anymore. Maybe exchange was the USP 20 years ago. It's not anymore. And that this cross-culture exchange is a USP because of that. This why of what we are doing. This not has an exchange company. This is not the reason why they're doing this. They're doing this company. And the other part is customer intimacy in our attraction approach. I will not lie to you. I will not say that this was my idea. It was not. I also was reading Daniel's application, and I believe that this is a really good way on how we should work with our marketing approach in the future. Because we need to get more insight of the view on how people perceive AIESEC to move forward with this product. The next is we need to improve on our PR goals and 100% of fulfillment. You may be asked what our PR goals. We don't have any, and this is a problem. Because and for this we need to use the events we have in the future. We need to proactively use the more capacities we can have with the second MCP to work on the reputation we're having, and we also need to review our board of advisors. Because we need to make this board of advisor younger, more diverse, and more influential. And the last point is that we need to work on getting revenue out of BD events and national exchange. Because we're getting a lot of revenue out of global exchange, but not on the national exchange on how we are working with them. And for this, we need to, like I said in the beginning, proactively work on having more NFB partners already in 2023. This is super crucial for our financial sustainability as well. And we need to work on having our NFB partner to improve the value proposition of them inside of the NFB and also make them to national exchange partners. We need to have a bigger EBA focus inside of this entity. And with this, I mean, we need national projects. We're getting organized where every AIESECer, when they want to be, can join and being part of the world largest lesson or being part of the use group. And then there's one action step, which we can see as a local action step, is that we need to improve how we are working with our curatorium. Because this is something that was also before COVID, something super established that a lot of AIESEC said this, and this is something super cool because these are people who are helping us and want to support us with money, with ideas, because of what we are doing. And this is also something this support AIESEC in this way also more than, for example, alternative revenue. And this should end up in more partners in all areas. And this is maybe a bit unconcrete, but this is also a bright goal because it doesn't matter if it's a PR partner, if it's a board of advisors, if it's anything partners who need to improve all of it. And this basically should end up in this. So here you can see again the overview, and to summarize, we need more people, we need a growth and exchange, and more partners in all area. And this is basically the translation of the 3 points where I want to see us in the future in the strategy. And this all should end up in this. I don't know if you know this. This is the roadmap AIESEC in Germany set up in the beginning of last MC term for the future, for the how the generation 24-25 should be at some point. And I believe when we're focusing on getting this in this direction and following up on the action steps, we can reach this. And I also really want to commit to reach this. The other question is which leadership is needed for this. And you maybe remember this slide of my application, which basically answers this already, but I just want to highlight a few points. I want to highlight the points because the MCP JD is strict in lead, manage, and represent. And this is clearly also the task you have when you are being an MCP where you need to focus on. And I believe that we need to focus on different action steps, or an MCP to focus on different steps. because at the end we need to improve expectation setting. We need to improve the way how we deal with feedback. But to be more concrete, we need to reconnect everyone to the organization and making a work atmosphere out of the organization where every person wants to be. Regarding manage, I think there are also different points to follow up, which for me is also really much connected to promoting goal-oriented things that innovations that bring us forward, but also empower regional engagements that are solution-oriented to bring our essence forward. And at the end, for me, this is also connected to making AIESEC as a place to be, where people want to be, where people want to stay. And the last point is represent. And for me, represent is connected to 2 points. It's represent AIESEC in the global plenary, that we can be proud and engaged and connected to our purpose entity, and that we that also we represent AIESEC to the external world. And this is connected also to seek proactively opportunities where we can represent AIESEC in business and society and politics. And this should all improve the reputation we have. And at the end, I'm telling you all of this because I believe with this, we can make our essence again bigger and improve this because of it. Thanks.
Thank you for your speech. With my mind already the questions. Maybe we should give Tony a chair. Not me at this chair. You
already said it's funny.
Yeah, that's my biggest strength. All right, so we have 20 minutes for the questions. One expectation to the candidate: you have 2 minutes to answer each question, and you can divide that 2 minutes between thinking and answering however you like. And sorry, there's going to be a timer here. I will have the timer. An expectation to everyone in the room: please ask your questions precisely. Don't hide 3 questions in one. And make it able to answer in 2 minutes as well. Maria is gonna collect the questions and we'll call out everyone asking the question. I will have the timer here. And I think with that.
Maria, who has questions? Wer hat Fragen? Raise it like near diese cards. Göttingen, Leipzig, Lüneburg, Berliner U.
No, Lüneburg not.
Ne?
No, Lüneburg.
Bremen. Sorry. Fernanda Molina, I think you are anyway the first one. Fernanda Molina, you are anyway the first one, just so you know. Lucia Horstan. Melina walking, I already said. Okay. More questions? Okay, just so you know, the microphone will pass around because it needs to be recorded. So you don't need to speak like this. You can have it like this, don't worry.
Also, please don't touch it with this one. Should we put on this?
Yeah, will be better. So also speak clearly and loudly so he can hear it. I think I will start the timer of 20 minutes now and you have 30 minutes.
Oh, you have to. Perfect. Yeah, you can do that. All right. Just one expectation at the beginning. Don't be mad at me when I interrupt you after 2 minutes. All right.
Okay, the first one is Fernanda Molina, Vorstand.
Okay, Fernanda MC, thank you, Johnny, for your application and stepping up to the position. You mentioned that you would like to clean the board of advisors, how it looks like today. This is something that we have been thinking about since many years. What are your first 3 next steps in order to make sure that you implement it in your infrastructure?
Johnny applicant. Thank you so much for the question. I think the first needed action step is to again getting an overview about every person who's Board of Advisors, because I think we have the mindset to need to review, but we need to check who's again that. And I think there are more or less 10 people left who are really influential and really people where we should continue working with that. And then also talking with the chair of the Board of Advisor, Dr. Dunkel, and then proactively finding a way on how cut people out who are not there anymore, and then using the spaces we have in the next year, like the PI events, or in general, maybe also the way on getting people from the NFB who are good and supporting us inside of the Board of Advisors. So basically cut, from my perspective, the 15 people out who are not inside, should not be inside there anymore, and then searching proactively to, I would say, 3 to 5 people more that can make it good, and then improve the expectation setting on how to work.
Göttingen?
Yeah, Göttingen, thank you so much for your amazing speech. My question is, how do you want to make membership more attractive? Because the day-to-day tasks like EP management and executive marketing actions are only exciting for a short period of time.
Thank you for your question. I think 2 points. I think the first point is I believe these actions are for a lot of people also not attractive because they don't understand for what they are doing this. And to making this again more clear that everything we are doing and everyone's doing is extremely crucial to reach this end goal is for me the first step, and I think also something that can improve already a lot. But on the other hand, I think also that we set it's not really an expectation setting, but also the motivation inside of our members that they want to take up leadership positions, because maybe doing EP management longer than 1.5 years or 1 year is something that get bored then, but when you then actively search the next opportunity that IC gives you, for example, becoming team leader, becoming VP, then you have new tasks and then you're having something new you can learn. And I think also pushing this, that our members should apply for the next position, and the next position is something we can do even more.
Leipzig? Great. Bremen?
Hello, Johnny. Thank you very much for your application, also your speech. My question is, the goal of setting higher membership has always been set in the past, and it was basically never achieved. So why do you think you as MCP and also the MCP team are going to turn things around?
Thank you for your question. I believe that this can be reached because for me also when there's a 3 pillars of strategy, is the first thing we need to do to improve how we work with our members and to increase this amount. And I think we just need to be more radical in the ways we are using. Because when we realizing, okay, in the first recruitment peak, we don't reach the amount of people we are having, then we need to have a bigger project, more like a recruitment milestone of saying, okay, then when we have this goal at the end of the term, and we just find a way to recruit then not 1 month and 2 months altogether until we have this amount of members, and setting this as a really radical goal we need to achieve, and where we also have the time and flexibility of doing this, I think it's something that can be.
Berlin, HU?
Emilia, thank you for your application. My question is also about timeline. You mentioned again you want to do it for long and flexible. However, for now it doesn't correspond with student reality and student life. How do we want to change it so that it matches AIESEC timeline and student timeline?
Thank you for the question. The insights I get so far from you also about the recruitment timeline is that it's often not fitting because also in the past we are not using this first 1 or 2 weeks of university. We were not using this opportunities of the RC week of having the possibilities to increase this, and this is something we need to do. And from the insights I got so far, I believe that when we're having a set timeline from the first 2 weeks for university start and the last until the last 2 weeks of university, where we say our national focus in this 4 weeks is recruitment, then this is a time where everybody can recruit their people. Because at the end, and this is also what the past shows, recruitment to and also more or less to reach every goal is also possible in 2 weeks. When everybody's sitting together doing this amount of action needed, then I believe a recruitment can happen also in this time. And having this flexibility for the AIESEC of saying, okay, these are the 4 weeks, and either I can use all the 4 weeks, and I don't believe that it's possible in 2 weeks, or I use the 2 weeks before university starts or the 2 weeks after university starts. Then this is something what is fixing the realities that I know.
Lucia MC.
Lucia MC, thank you for your application. Some of your ideas require certain change management, and my question is, how can you ensure that your decisions are sustainable and that you're always choosing the right value?
Thank you for your question. I think something that is for change management always really impossible is the communication about that, and that we see change management can not happen from tomorrow on, and change management needs to start with getting everybody on board, giving them a timeline, giving them guidance on how to do it, offering spaces to ask questions and educate on certain change management. And I think this seeing change management not as something we can do from tomorrow, more that's the whole process, and seeing every step from educate the people, of onboarding the people to executing this change as a super necessary step. I believe that this can help, and I think it's at the end, for me, things are sustainable that addressing certain problems we are having. And we are out of a recent also youth organization, and maybe in 1 or 2 years, they're seeing different approaches on how to solve the problem. But when we are staying constant and the problems we want to solve, and that we are being active, being flexible, and being solution oriented on how to do this, I think this is at least my definition from sustainability.
Vika or Victoria from MC.
Vika MC, thank you, Johnny, for this speech. How do you see your role towards the PST, and how do you plan to work with this team?
I personally see a problem in the JD of a PhD, because I think the written JD we have from a PhD is not really attractive for a person who come out of the AIESEC position. Because and I think we need to sit down and also improve this JD for a PhD person, that there's also more, that we're finding a good middle ground on how to give this role more value, connected to how this people can give more insights, more feedback by their JD also inside of the role. And I believe the problems we had in the past and working with the PhD are basically connected to having wrong expectation setting about the role. Because the written JD of a PhD is something different than people expect when they're coming to inside of this role. And I think we need to find a middle ground in how to work with this, and also changing this JD and this responsibility of this role, if needed, in a cooperation with an MCP only, with an MCP, but also with the PhD themselves, to find in there, to make this role again more attractive, and to have a more clear expectation setting on what people expect when they're coming inside.
Richie MC.
Richie MC, first of all, thanks, Johnny, for your speech. And my question is regarding these 4 weeks about recruitment, that you are thinking to be flexible. Like, how do you envision the onboarding process and the OGX attraction that is going through after exactly these recruitment points, that usually take a bit more time and decreases the attraction point for the OGX products that are currently offered?
I think the onboarding process, thank you for the onboarding process for this should happen inside of spaces we have until the next recruitment, inside of the BUP call, inside of the class, inside of network calls, and at the end giving them the space of saying, okay, this is the certain time you can do. And I think something we also need to explain to people again, why it's important to have an end date for your recruitment. Because when we're having a recruitment that takes the whole semester, people are not the membership journey getting damaged. And I think when we have this onboarding to explain people the purpose out of it and finding with them also plan how to execute it together also, for example, with the TM amnesty and involving people, it can help. And I think regarding the OGX pre-attraction, I think this is something what need to get involved in this process as well to see, okay, what are really the needed action steps that only needed in this time. Because what I mean with having a timeline block for all functions mean that all the actions that can happen to another point should happen to another point. For example, we can start prospecting an ICX maybe also 2 weeks later, but when we start with OGX peaks directly afterwards, there of course certain preparation need to happen, and having a really clear action step plan on what are the action steps that need to happen there, and just focusing on them and nothing else, I think that can give this focus on recruitment much.
Okay, we have more time for questions. So second question round, Fernanda. München, Münster, Karlsruhe, ja, Göttingen, Paderborn, Aachen, oh mein Gott, das ist nett. Oh, Frankfurt. What is the title?
No.
Fernanda, you can go.
Thank you, Johnny, again for all of your answers. Like all of your application is based on the essence of the organization. Besides on conferences, what are your clear strategies to make sure that the network reconnect with the essence and also kind of believe in what we're doing?
I, in general, believe that all touch points we are doing can be connected to this. So when we're having an onboarding of our new members, this should be extremely connected to educate them about the purpose and the essence of AIESEC, but also steps like LCMs, for example, getting their more exchange stories of EPSIM, or also in general when we have engagement campaigns to putting more as a prize, for example, IXPs, and our members can go exchange by themselves. I think this is really something that can happen in every touch point and everything we are doing. And for me, it's really connected to this aspect of not only how this contributes to exchange, but how this is connected to exchange. Because when we are talking about any education, about any aspect, then we always need to ask us, okay, how we can give this as an insight then. And I think to have a clear strategy, we need to set again on all our time and all our touch points, also in the touch point of the local level, the review on it and asking ourselves, okay, where in this is the essence? And then maybe we need to adapt touch points, maybe we need to adapt routines we're having, but at the end, in every touch point, this should happen. This can be in, I believe this can be in, and as a strategy, we need to set down, we need to plan it, and then having this change management process, maybe also we explained before, from getting people on board, educate people on that, and then start executing.
Jana München, thank you for your speech. I want to ask, like currently, the LCs and the MC, or the LCs and the MC are not really working together. How do you want to work on this
I, in general, believe that we also in the future with the next MC and maybe also this MC need to have again an expectation setting on how we want to also work together. Because in every team, in every area, we have this. We are saying about, okay, what is important for us, where we see our role, what is the expectation to each other. And I believe that this happened to less in this whole part of LCPs and MCs together, and also seeing clearly on, okay, what where we see the different roles, and on also thinking then about how to get LCPs, PhDs more on board. And I think something what I also see, what we learn more and where we need to follow up on is in listen in order to understand when somebody feedbacking this, not becoming defensive out of it, really seeing the good intention of what the people doing. And this is also what I mean with the aspect of leading and managing, like promoting also goal-oriented innovations, because we not need to do things that we are doing out of the purpose that we did that in the past, we need to always promote when a person has a new idea, this is better, this is more solution oriented. It doesn't matter where it's come from, doesn't matter if an AIESEC as a member, then we also need to have the room and the openness to work on this. And I think for me, it's this expectation setting, which from my perspective was missing, and this mindset, how we go in this whole is, and somehow also this aspect on how to create trust, because at the end, what I also see is that we not really trusting each other in this, and this is something where we need to proactively see this as a problem and work on also with the new generation.
Münster?
Mr. Münster, thank you for your application. So I would like to know about the members that are currently still in the leadership positions, because you also mentioned that they are taking over maybe a lot of different responsibilities because of the lack of members. So how can we also make sure that, what would be the action steps to improve also their experiences and make sure that they stay and also give their knowledge then to the future generation?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think that's a really good one because, like I said before, I think we really need to value every person who's in the leadership position and every person's organization in general, and need to focus on how we improve the experience. And for this, I think we need to giving more the education focus on how to deal with members. For example, what other entities are doing is team management boot camps, so that people can come together and that we may be using in conference, or even if it's a UP call or things like this, more on this aspect of how to really teach people on how to deal with certain characters properly. Because I also see when I'm talking with members a bigger fear on leading teams, because they're afraid on, okay, how I can deal with this personality, how I can deal with this situations. And I think this is something where we need to use the certain touch points we are having on educate the people more, but also in general having a recheck of the JDs, because I mean this is not only connected to local roles, I think it's also connected to MCP roles, and thinking again, okay, what is the value of this position, what the person can learn of this position, and basically sitting in a planning process also down and looking at every position of this entity and writing down what is the value, what is good in this position, and why people should have it, and how we can improve and connect it more to
Karlsruhe will also be the last question. Is wave Ben Göttingen again? Also wave. Paderborn? Also wave.
A wave.
Paderborn is then.
Thank you, Johnny. What are things holding people back from going on AIESEC, and how do you think we can integrate it more with the membership journey?
It's a really good question. Thank you. I believe it's also somehow connected to the perspective on time, because I think a lot of people think, okay, how I can have this 6 weeks that I can invest in time, but also in the way on how we say in exchange by ourselves. Because I think when we as AIESEC becoming again more convinced that this is cool, also more of our members want to do it. And I think also some aspects we more used in the past, for example, that AIESEC normally can provide documents where you can give to your teacher and say, hey, I'm going to do this in this project, and maybe is it okay that I write this exam in the second try or something like this. I think it's also something we can follow up on, having this hard facts on how to give them more the time capacity on this. And I think something also we have the AIESEC alumni who are giving a lot of exchange also for free. And here we also see that this not getting used from all of this even not get used from this amount of possibilities they give us. And here also to say, hey, you have nothing to lose. You don't spend money for this. You getting supported, for example, for my exchange, and not spend any money. I'm getting the AIG scholarship, I'm getting the DID travel expensive, and to say to people, hey, you don't invest money for this. We can help you with giving the time capacities for you, and in general improving how exchange gets seen by ourselves is for me the action steps on how to improve the wish to go on exchange.
All right.
This was enough.
Okay, so thank you very much, Johnny. Please give it up for Johnny.
remember from the agenda that it was looking weird. There was something. So we will check the agenda. Between me and also the town later. Please check your phones in case that we are telling you that we will start earlier. By now you have 30 minutes to wait until the food is there. Please don't go get food because one of the reasons why we have the lunch break from 1 on, if I understood correctly, is that there are other people also here and Haus Neuland has it splitted. So please don't go there because they also booked to have their calm lunch break with other people. So don't go there. So yeah, now we have 30 minutes. At 1 you have lunch and then we will text you if we will continue into the agenda or there are any changes. By now, this is how it would look like, but yeah, you can kind of ignore a bit the times. I think we will update you, but what we will continue with would be the second strategy speech and then the class rounds. Yes, then bring also your ballots to the front and enjoy your break.
So guys, we're coming to strategy speeches. Before I say, strategy speech, but before I say anything, we have to do a little roll call here. Not roll call in terms of dancing, but roll call in terms of.
Can you call out everyone on the call and
This is everyone.
show something? Hier ist das Gang.
Where?
Like that.
Okay. So we already had one strategy speech. I know you just had lunch, and I know everyone is a little bit tired after lunch. But our next candidate deserves our full attention and our awakeness and our listening. So let's make sure that we welcome him in the way that he deserves. And let's start with the topic. All right, give it up for your MCP candidate, Daniel.
AIESEC! What's up? Thank you very much. By the way, my phone just told me, Richie, we have check-in now. So, do you want to go and do it?
Yeah, that's it.
No. Let's do the strategy speech first. Yes, so I talked a lot about my motivation earlier, and I'm going to explain to you my strategy. And I'm going to talk first about the current state, where we are, where I see the main pain points of our organization. And I'm going to explain the MC structure that I want to have for next term. And finally, the biggest part, obviously, the strategy. And the reason I put the MC structure here before the strategy, even though it's the last thing that I decided for myself, is because it will be the first thing that will be implemented right after the election, pretty much. So let's start with the current state. Let's dive right in. I'm going to warn you, this will be quite a long speech. So, I could bring you a lot of numbers, a lot of data, and talk about it, but I want to summarize them in 3 main points, because I think you are all aware about this. You read the board reports, you're here for a reason. First of all, we're currently not profitable as an organization on our own without governmental support. We are operationally stagnating, sadly, currently, in a year where really we shouldn't be. And we're dropping in membership. And I think to add to that last point as well, we are really struggling with the EV pipeline, and I think you guys know all about. And I think we can also draw a line from one to the other here. We are not profitable because we're not performing operationally, and we're also struggling operationally because we struggle with our membership. And I think we have fundamental issues. I don't think it's about setting goals, shifting a little bit around here and trying some other actions, but you really need to talk about something on a fundamental level. And I'm going to keep these things here. I think you know all about them, but still, I'm going to tell you what I think might be the main bottlenecks that I want to tackle with my strategy. First of all, and this was already the focus of my introduction speech, is because we lack a deeper purpose for exchange. And I think with that also comes a little bit of branding issues, because we don't know what to say to people outside of AIESEC of who we are. And I don't really think we understand the actual value we bring to our customers, right? Because our people that go abroad with us, they don't talk about leadership when you read their testimonials. They talk about their host families, the good time they had on the weekend with the people that they did the project with, the friends they made. That's what really matters to them. I think we also lack a clear communicated vision and strategy. I think if I ask you now, what is the direction that we're having right now, I don't think you would be able to tell me, or you wouldn't tell me the same answer. I think that's also an issue. We have a culture problem. And I know that the MC is already implementing a project to change it. And I'm really interested in seeing where this goes and what we need to take forward for next year. But I think culture, if you don't do anything about culture, it will still, something will develop, but not something maybe that you want, right? And there's two main parts that I would put this culture problem in. First of all, we have a culture of gossip. And I'm not talking about the gossip about, who went into the forest with whom. I'm talking about how transparent we communicate, how we discuss things. And I think it's mostly happening in closed rooms, in smaller groups, than actually openly, where it should be, right? I don't think we trust each other enough with the opinions that we have. And I think that this really makes us ineffective as an organization and doesn't allow the best ideas to come out. We have a culture of bureaucracy. I think especially nationally right now, we have huge structures. And I really understand how we got here, right? Because we had to make drastic measures with the pandemic. But we have huge structures that make us slow, that create a lot of layers between the MC and the network and the local level, right? And information needs a lot of time to go up and down, and it makes us rely on tools, on a lot of putting a lot of data in tools and checking a lot of checklists and so on, and not actually making us able to execute and go out there and do action. And last but not least, we have a knowledge issue, not just functionally. I think we still didn't recover from the pandemic, but we also see it with a powerful tool like AIESEC Web that is really not up to date, frankly. We also see in leadership, our leadership knowledge, even though we call ourselves a leadership organization, I think the things that we teach now and that we know now are not on the same level as 3 years ago. I think we really need to step our game up here. So these are the main things that I want to tackle with my strategy, because I think those are the main pain points of our organization, of our entity. And let's start with the first thing that might solve a little bit some issue, and it's the MC structure. This is the one I'm proposing right now. I'm going to talk about the 6 positions on the left here. First of all, marketing and IM. It's a huge area. I think Maria can tell you all about it, Richie. It is really a huge area, and I want to split it up. Also based on competency. Because I think one person cannot really manage this well and push it further. Sorry. And grow it. I also want to talk about I6 and BD. I know nothing changed here. Yeah, but I think it's essentially why I'm not adding another BD position and why I decided to want to cut local BD. Because if you look at BD and I6, it's this huge thing, and we already talked about many layers, and the network at the end of the day down here suffers. We have to rely on so many synergies, right, that are really complex, and essentially it would have to be like this, but that doesn't happen. So the network really suffers from this. Yeah, and also I think BD cannot really focus on what is really important for the organization and for BD itself. That's NACS, logs, and NFB. And so it doesn't really allow us, I think, to grow this area. So again, it's about eliminating overly complex structures and making sure that they can focus on their core competencies. Last but not least, audit. Again, this is a huge area now. But we're talking about 40 up to 50 VPs that Tabea has to manage. And I think it's really, really difficult, and we're relying heavily on our network chairs, people who don't do AIESEC for a living, to keep them up. And what I want to do with splitting this is to just bring the MC closer to the network. Because I think network management is really important in AIESEC. And getting VPs closer to their MC, I think helps us all drive growth. All right, to summarize the MC structure, it should bring the MC closer to the network, and it should simplify overly complex structures. Okay, there's already a lot. Let's come to the actual strategy. I think it's important to note here that this is a concept, this is a framework that we can build upon, that we can improve on, and not a finished plan altogether, and that's not what it's supposed to be. And I want your thoughts in the next couple of days. I want your feedback, right? Because we shape this organization together, and it's not just me saying here, this is exactly what we do. But before we start, we need to agree where we go, right? We need to have a goal. And for me, it is to be a leading provider of life-changing exchange experiences within Germany. In my blank page, you saw a growing AIESEC in Germany, but I went back on it. I thought a little bit. I want to have a future state in 5 to 10 years where we can look ahead. And with this, I mean, I want to have an AIESEC in Germany, or I want to have a situation where when students think about, I want to go abroad, one of the first things that comes to mind is AIESEC. But how do we do this? And I want to tell you a little bit about my approach to strategy. I watched this really cool video during this process that explained it to me a lot. It was by the Harvard Business Review channel on YouTube. Check it out. And it's called "A Plan is Not a Strategy." And the essence of this, and what made me really understand strategy, is that he said managers love planning, right? Because putting in numbers, putting in checklists of things that we're gonna do gives us safety, right? I think many of you probably made the same experience that you love planning, right? Because you're like, I'm happy now, but you didn't really do anything yet, did you? It happened to me too. And that the essence of strategy is to say, this is where we need to go. This is the things that we need to focus on. And the essence of strategy is to choose, right? Because you can't do everything. And choosing is risky because you might be wrong. And he ended it with a very poignant sentence. And he said, having a plan is guaranteeing you to fail. Creating a strategy is giving you the best possible chance to win. And that's why I also came up with the motto, a chance to win. I'm sorry I'm being a little bit of a lecturer. I want to talk a little bit more about my approach to strategy because I think it's very important to understand where I'm coming from here. This is an example. These are both automobile companies, Porsche and Toyota. But would you consider them fighting for the same market? No. I mean, somebody who's interested in Toyota is usually not really interested in a Porsche and vice versa. And they're both manufacturing cars, but what is different about them is that they have different strategies to be successful as companies. And I think the essence of strategy is always either you create more value, so people are more willing to pay more for what you offer, or to reduce costs, so you're willing to sell it for less. And I think this one on the right is very straightforward, but the one on the left can mean many, many things. And I stumbled upon this framework, this concept, where it really clicked for me. And this is just one of many, but one that I will be using to explain to you now. It's called value disciplines from the discipline of market leaders. And you saw it already in my application, right? And the essence of this is that you have these three things that make you great as a company, as an organization, but you have to choose. You can't be great at all of them. You have to choose one that really makes you great and makes you successful. You need to be good at the other two. You need to hold yourself to a certain standard, but you can only be really great at one. And I give you some examples of how it looks like. For example, operational excellence. I give you examples with cafes. Here, for example, we have coffee chains like Starbucks. I know Starbucks is not necessarily so cheap, but basically Starbucks, you find it all around the world. They have the same products, same kind of level. Wherever you go, you can be sure, okay, at least I can go to Starbucks, right? And they do what they do well and fast and quickly. We have product leadership. And here in this example, we have specialty coffee roasteries, right? Where you go and you know, okay, I'm gonna get the best coffee possible. I'm gonna pay a little bit more, but I'm really gonna get the best possible coffee. And that's what on this, we have the customer intimacy, which is not usually on a large scale. So this is, for example, you're next to a cozy cafe that knows who you are, knows your order, knows what cakes you like, knows where you're with your studies, and so on. They really care about you and what you need. And I think this is the one that AIESEC is built for, right? This is the one that we have the local structures for. Like, we have people all around Germany who are at the universities. And it's also what our process is for, because we are supposed to be there. We want to understand what do they want, what do they want to get out of an exchange, and also guide them and support them throughout the whole process, right? We're not just, okay, you go, bye-bye. Really from beginning to end, we are a partner. And I think we need to just double down on this. I think we're somehow aware of it, but we need to be focusing on this, I think. So this is how. This is how I think we can be successful as an organization. And this is where I want to go. But there's one step missing, and it's what we're going to implement to actually get there. Right? What we're going to implement to be successful in this part. And that's where the main battles come in. I'm going to walk you through each of them and what I think the essences are of those and what I mean by them. So let's start with mastering the basics. So what I mean with mastering the basics is to get the most out of the people in our organization who are directly in touch with our EPs and partners. Like, the lowest layer of our organization is at the same time the most important one. And also, it's to be good at the fundamentals before expanding into new areas. This, for national side, is mainly done through network management, education, and a focus on sales and attraction actions, because those are the basics. And some actions that I want to, and some projects that I want to push in this area is to keep AIESEC web, first of all, updated, to have better network management and capacities through also the MC structure, and projects like ELSI visits, similar to maybe also the Move Germany campaign that you had back in your term. We need really heavy investment into building local capacity. We need to adapt our CRMs to include the SOPs and increase the usability of things like Podio and HubSpot. And at the end of the day, it's a process, right? We need to do a lot of actions, probably fail a lot along the way, review and improve. The second part, now we're going to go one step higher up in our organization, is to boost leadership development. And this is about ensuring that each level is able to involve, lead, manage, and empower the one below. And again, we're talking here about trainings, about conferences, about knowledge sharing, also with the help of external sources. Some actions and projects here is, for example, a leadership knowledge hub on AIESEC web, an LCP and VP academy, so that everyone who's in the EE has a certain level of leadership, a basic understanding of leadership. We need to ensure that we hold more TTTs again. I think this is sorely missing in our organization. We don't have people who chair team days who would be able to do OPSs in the future when we need them again. And also a smaller leadership focused conference for our top leadership talent, for those people who are really interested to get more deeply into this topic, or this subject. And also a mentorship program, starting maybe for LCPs, and then going down the line. I think also if we choose customer intimacy, if we double down on this, we also need to adapt our branding to this. And I think right now we need to create external clarity about what we do, what we stand for, and why we do it. For this, we need to rework our material, our education, but first interact, understand our customers, our partners, and our target audience. Some actions in this first, as I said, a consumer survey, customer partner research. We can only do this together, I think. Then we work out key messages, value propositions, which are aligned to our core purpose and customer intimacy. Adapt our material, print and digital, and update the brand center. So every member finds updated stuff, and not just 2-year-old content. And that we consistently collect information on our EPs and partners for our CRM. Because whatever we set here is not going to be perfect, and we need to improve it and adapt it every generation going forward. And last but not least, I talked to you a lot also about questioning culture, right? And I want to have a culture that creates an environment that allows us to constantly improve and allows us to adapt, implement our strategy effectively. I think when we talk about culture, we usually have this quote: culture is strategy for breakfast. And oftentimes I have found also when I was in SAP, it was very misused. Because I think the essence of this quote is that if you set yourself a strategy, if you have a how, for example, customer intimacy, you need to align the values in your organization to this, else you're going to fail. It's not something that you just choose because you want a certain thing, and it needs to fit your strategy. It is very clear to you, I'm back now, that this is giving us our best possible chance to. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for this speech. But it's not over yet. We have a question round. So the MCPs already know how this is going and how this is flowing. So just for you, we have a certain set of questions asked from plenary, and you will have 2 minutes to answer each question, and you can split the time between thinking about the question and answering it however you like. Again, to the plenary, you all know, don't ask 3 to 5 questions in one. Let's make it simple and able to be answered in 2 minutes. Okay? And with that, Maria is taking over.
Yes. Who would like to ask a question? Fernando, Lina, and
Wow.
okay, Lucia, MC. Oh my God,
Tabea.
Tabea, danke. I don't know the MC, so we will start. Tabea, MC, Vika, MC, und Jasmin, MC. Then all the way back. Kaiserslautern. Oh my God. Low coffee here, not AIESEC. This is what it's come to me. München, Leipzig, Bremen. Karlsruhe, Paderborn, Göttingen, this was nice. Und Aachen. Okay, we are all set to go. Then the timer can start, and I will do 2 Fernanda.
The MC. Thank you, Danny, for your application and for your speech. My question is, you were mentioning that you feel that the current MC has a lack of strategy. So I would like to know, how does the perfect MC strategy implementation process in the network look like for you? And how will you make sure that you as MCP are taken care of?
So I think the problem doesn't really lie necessarily in the lack of strategy, but I think it's more the lack of communication of the strategy. And I think it's the lack of understanding all around the network in the NSP about what the strategy is, what the main points are. I think we are good or decent at communicating goals, but I think we also need to pay attention to communicate the essence of it, like why or what we want to achieve with this. And I think that's the main thing that's lacking. And I think we need to, as MC, repeat it over and over again, because people are always doing their stuff and focusing on their thing. So we have to be kind of like the chief reminding officers to keep people on the focus, on what is actually important. And I think that's where I see the improvement points.
Lucia,
Hi. Okay. Thank you, Daniel, for your speech. I wanted to ask you a question. You mentioned a lot about maybe standardizing and creating checklists a bit less and having more capacity to act freely. And I would like to ask you, what will be your main 3 next steps to reach this, considering the existing knowledge gap that you also mentioned?
So if I understood the question right, so what are the things that I do or we will do to go away from doing checklists to acting?
And start advancing, considering the knowledge gap that we already
Considering the
referred
knowledge
to.
gap. I think sometimes So wait, let me think actually about it before I just go right into this. You want three things. All right. So, as I said, the first thing, and I think that the main essence here is that we're creating so many tools and this kind of Yorkson and being slow that doesn't allow us to really build up the knowledge and do all these things, because I think also building up knowledge requires us to do a lot of stuff. So I think, for example, the MC structure also goes into this to kind of decreasing the hierarchy, so that you as MC or we as MC would be able to work closer with the network. Yeah. Also, I think making sure that leadership all around the organization exists and the skills exist, so that people teach and empower next level. I think it's also very essential here that this works and sticks. And I think also looking at some of the, you have to like go around and see which checklists, which tools are actually necessary, which can be put somewhere else. I checked the SOP tool, and thought a lot of this should be in Podio itself, right? And not in a separate tool. Or I don't know what Jasmin is trying to do with AIESEC, but it's like to focus some of these things to HubSpot, because those are the things we actually want to work with, you know? No, I don't have any time anymore.
Thank you.
Tabea, MC?
Tabea, MC, thank you very much, Daniel. My question is again the structure. Yes, so from the past, we could see that when there were multiple MCPs OGX, that it was kind of difficult to align, or that there were often unaligned strategies driven in the network. So my question is, how do you envision the both MCPs OGX working together to drive the same things in their networks, especially like FOCI, SOPs, education, etc., to make sure that we're still aligned in the process we're delivering also to our customers?
So I think we want to start off with, do we need to drive the same things in both like OGB and OGTA, for example? Because I don't think necessarily we do. I think some of the basics that you mentioned, right? If we want to drive SOPs, we better do it in both. Yeah. But I think also, I remember back when we had OGT and OGE, yeah, OGT and OGB, the processes were very different. And only when we went to OGE, we saw, okay, we need to align them more, because OGB and OGE have a more similar process. So I don't think we need to drive exactly the same things, but I think it's also kind of would be my job as MCP to make sure that both areas understand, talk to each other, sit down also together, and make sure that our plans don't go fully, apart from each other. And also include marketing in this is very important, I think, especially when we're talking about things such as timeline. There, I think one area cannot do without another.
Thank you, Daniel, for your speech. As you know, the majority of MC budget is based on BT revenues. And amount of approvals that we are doing is low currently, and what will not grow significantly. So how can you make sure financial profitability of the entity with 3 operational MCPs and 1 MCP?
Sorry, I look a bit confused. I think I mean, BD, I think, brings a lot of revenue. And the idea is also to cut local BD so BD can focus more on things that bring a lot of revenue. Because I think the local BD, the opens that we get through local BD is not a majority of the opens that we have, right? And the second thing is the idea to have more operational VPs is to grow these programs because we want to also be more profitable in these areas, especially because these are the areas that make the LCs again also more profitable. Because if we focus on BD, then we continue to have the situation where LCs are kind of reliant on the goodwill of the MC when it comes to content, when it comes to projects. And I don't think that's also the right way we want to go in our organization. Does that answer the question? No? Okay, sorry, I didn't misunderstood.
MC, thank you so much for the speech. My question is like taking into account that BD, as like I mentioned, like brings a lot of, the biggest percent of revenue, but how will you ensure also the customer experience of our partners and the permanence of them with the MC structure plan and the current vision of also cutting local level, the BD local structure? How you will ensure that the partners will have like actually good experience?
Mm-hmm. So I think I'm going to start off with, I think that question kind of implies that without having local BD, if we deliver worse experience to our company partners, which I wouldn't necessarily just like sign off. I know that BD is able to more focus on the partners, and that's the point of it. But I also think we saw in the past that it's not necessary. It's like what makes the partnerships good or bad. Right? We used to have many more approvals and realizes in IGTA, and most LCs didn't run 2 VPs. Only LCs with like, I know we in Munich had 2 VPs. They were both under IGT settled, and they consulted also by IGT. But there we had like 60 approvals or something a year. And I think what cutting local BD means is that we're not constantly having to synergize, and we can be more flexible within the IGT team, that we don't have one team that's just, I don't know, dealing with 5 realizes a year, basically. And I think also allows us to learn and adapt according to whatever the partner or the current situation needs, and to be a little bit more solution oriented to what the situation requires.
Natalia, thank you so much for your speech. I have a question. You mentioned in your strategy a lot about LCD users, more PDPs, so more spaces for education and more technical motivation for our members. And I have a question for you. Looking at our current situation, you told first of all that we are lacking on membership, and second, we all know about the attendance of these spaces. So the question is, first of all, how can you make sure that we will have the people who are attending the spaces, what you offer, like what you will offer? And second of all, where do you see the main bottleneck currently, why people are not attending?
So first of all, you mentioned LC visits, I mentioned the LC visits. This is because we don't get everyone to conferences. I feel like we need to go to them, to you, basically, and work together also on a local level. I think we cannot just do it with the MC and the NSB. I think in the application I mentioned, we also need the help of alumni there. They're still willing and have maybe the knowledge, so experience from 2, 3, 4 years ago. And I think about the additional things that I'm planning, like for example, trainings and conferences. I think there are, to be honest, people who are interested in, because I think these conferences are smaller. They're not tackling everyone, but people who want to really develop themselves in a certain area. And I think we know that people are interested in doing KTKs, for example. It's just that we don't offer currently enough to actually fill that. And I think also, I mean, the first thing to do if we think about, for example, a smaller leadership conference is to make sure that we have enough people also interested in going there, for sure. But I'm confident that there are.
München?
Oh. Thank you for your speech. You mentioned culture a lot, and maybe like the importance of it. You also want to implement it. But what would be like 3 next steps how that you could imagine in how you want to implement it?
All right. So I think first of all, I need to see what's happening, what the current MC will be implementing. I think first it's about just kind of analyzing this whole process, seeing how it goes before I decide or we decide anything new. And it's not about restructuring the whole thing necessarily. It's then also about tweaking it that way. I think one step along the way is obviously to align as an MC. I think the whole MC needs to stand behind the culture that we want to have in the entity, right? So things might change over there. It's also about talking more deeply with the network about what you think, what they think works in the culture that we're going to implement soon, in a couple of days. And what not, and what especially also experienced people believe are the important points to be successful as an organization, how we need to live, how we need to work together. And then we can go and review the values and see, okay, these are the values we want to have, and especially how are we going to live them? How are we going to, I don't know, make sure that it really gets to the network that we want you to learn and think about learning constantly. Maybe it's about sharing a lot of resources ourselves. So, still very open.
First of all, thank you for your speech. And then you mentioned a lot that you were proposing things and then you are open for change. But my question is like, no matter what we would feedback to you, what are the things that you definitely will stick to so that are your non-negotiables?
That's a very good question, because if you talk about this to yourself for 1.5 months, it feels very important. I don't want to I would say the focus on customer intimacy is one thing that I would like to stick to. I do want to look at other frameworks of strategy and also improve on this. But I would say that I want to see a majority of these baskets somehow be reflected, whether we change a little bit around, and have a little bit different focuses in each area. Or maybe there's a new important thing, another thing, or maybe put some things together. I'm very open for these changes, right? So I don't think anything is really off the table. I just think that these points are very important to me, how I see the entity and what it is.
Now the last question, Bremen. And the other ones just after the cluster one.
Simon Brill, Dan, thank you very much for your application, also your speech. And my question towards you is, basically in the past, usually the entity strategies, for example, have been built up from former either MC roadmaps or some part that from directions from AIESEC International. Usually that you have a new approach on how you want to change things. How do you imagine fitting your new strategy in there that also future generations can also build up on it? And it's not a one-year thing, and the next generation does different stuff and does not build up on it.
All right. So I think at the end of the day, it's not my decision. It's the decision of the next generation. Right? I can be very convincing, and I can show and prove to you that this works. And I don't want to force something on any next generation. I think that's very important. Because I'll say it would be a little bit ironic if I come here with a whole new approach while somehow not continuing the roadmap that we have now, right? Because I think every generation needs to look at what the previous generation is doing, take the things out that work. I think my job will be to make you, and therefore also the people that probably are included in the next generation, understand why this is going to make it successful. And if you understand it, I think a large part can also be taken forward. But again, it's not about forcing anything. It's about then working together with the next generation. That, and also feedbacking them throughout their, when they work out their strategy about, hey, don't forget to keep this up, you know, don't forget about this whole area. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Daniel. I will just say one or two more sentences. So it's been a long day already. Only 3 p.m. and it feels like we spent the whole day already. But there's more to come. We have the cluster rounds, and after that we have the panel discussion. Now, what I would ask you for the cluster rounds, Maria can tell a little story about that as well. So when you apply for PAI, the cluster rounds are also happening, but within the regions of Europe, MEA, Americas, and APEC. And there's a lot of weird stuff going on, weird restrictions, and I think Fernanda knows about that. But that's not the point. The cluster rounds can be very intimidating as well, in a very different form than this Q&A, because they are much more personal, and you are much closer to the people that ask the questions, right? And so going into each of those, I was very nervous. especially in the first one. So when your candidate is coming into your cluster as the first cluster, maybe be aware that you are the first cluster for that candidate and give them a little bit of an extra comfort, extra applause, extra support so that they feel comfortable. All right? Because that will make a difference for them. And I'm again standing where I'm not supposed to stand. But anyway, that's everything I wanted to say. The cluster rounds, I think, are extremely important because they will give you a lot of insight about the candidates. So be fully there, be fully present, use it to your best. And with that, I will give it to Fernanda to talk about the process.
Thank you. Yes, and also in addition, if you're not the first cluster, but the last or the middle, also give your extra, because the candidates take a lot of energy from the cluster round, so sit straight, smile, be hyped. Just one thing, the agenda here is not correct, just follow what we sent to you in the head of delegation group. We will start with the break, it's basically now, which is at 3 p.m., which means that the first cluster round starts at 3:30. Not 3:45, but 3:30, the first cluster round starts. Remember, 25 minutes for the questions and 5 minutes to change the room. The same as we were doing here with the timer that we really cut, if in case they are overtiming, we expect the same from your side. So please don't overtime your questions, 25 minutes done, you send them out so that they can go to the other clusters. And just here, different expectations, because the candidates are basically walking around, going to the different clusters, to the different rooms. You're not allowed, the same as here, you're not allowed to leave the rooms until the last cluster round is done. Yes, you can go to the toilet, go one by one, don't go all at once. So please go one by one. You can go to the toilet, but then you need to come directly to the room, so please don't be wandering around Holland. Then also use the time in the rooms to read the RP applications. If not done so yet, because it's also a very important position and we have the elections. So please use the time for this. Also to read the board report if you need some alignments, about questions, etc. So you can use the time wisely. If you are amazingly done with everything, then yeah, just be there, talk to each other, spend time. And the last one, please, also because the candidates ask for this, be very clear on how much time they have to answer questions, and also please show them a timer, the same as we were doing here. It's really important for them to really understand that they're good in the process. And besides of that, mainly the currents, mainly the currents know the cluster rounds from MCP election, they were online. You enjoyed them, I enjoyed them when I was ACP. Also enjoyed these cluster rounds, it's actually a very cool moment, very cool opportunity also for you. Maybe to show you again how privileged we are. This doesn't happen in every entity. So really also be aware of the process that we are having and how many questions everyone can ask. So enjoy this cluster rounds.
Regarding the time to answer, is it 2 minutes? Can we adapt to 1 minute? Or
It's up to you. It's up to you as a cluster. We also said to the candidates that it might be different in every cluster. So it's really up to you how you build your questions and everything. Just communicate it here so that they know.
Regarding the first sentence, is it the last cluster round of the cluster or everyone?
Everyone. So the last cluster of everyone. Is it about that question?
Yeah.
Yes, of everyone, to avoid having 3 clusters already outside, wandering around and talking all the time to each other. Like you really need to stick to how it is, or to respect also the candidates when they are around. So you need to stay in your rooms for the whole cluster rounds process.
No question, just according to this. Don't party in there, obviously. Don't put loud music in. And the next room, there might be the candidate answering questions, and then he's hearing the party music. It's a bit distracting, I guess. So, I mean, you can just talk to each other, as Hannah said, work on your laptops, get all your stuff. You have, I think, half an hour preparation time. So build up your space there. And I also loved it when I was ACP this time, because you're with your cluster for a long time, and it's really, really cool. So enjoy this time. And second of all, I don't know if you know, but I learned from my predecessor, you can build like a circle, and then you have 2 spots, one from the candidate and one from the candidate support. They should sit across each other. Across? Is it like this? Across? Yeah, so they can, like the candy support can give some signs, I don't know, they sometimes do, I see it here also, to support. So make sure that they sit with you and not have this presentation mode because it's a nice atmosphere also for you. And
Yes. Okay, so you have 30 minutes of preparation. Make at the beginning something cool and enjoy your class run.
Hello. Oh, here. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me on the class now. So we'll stop speaking. And then we will hopefully have a new recipe. Have fun. See you soon. And thank you for joining. Bye.